Hello there folks, Bonky Cook here, back with another 1000G achievement walkthrough. You can't see it on the screen because we have a bit of a more complex achievement walkthrough today. In fact, one of the more frustrating ones I've ever had to put together. We're doing a holy grail of the achievement hunting community, My Little Writing Champion, published by Nacon and Toplitz Productions and developed by Caipirinha Games. It initially released on the 29th of November of 2018 and is currently available in both physical and digital versions. However, they broke the digital version with updates. One of the achievements, the most annoying achievement, of course, for riding a horse for 24 hours in total, that is real life hours, broke after the update. And instead of fixing it, it is now unobtainable with a digital version of the game. You can only get your 1000G and your 20 achievements with a physical version, which is what I have right now. So I'm going to be showing you the entire steps you would take with a physical version to get your 1000G. Now, I'm not going to leave my console running for 24 hours and then pop back. In fact, the achievement didn't even pop on screen, so I may not even record the pop if I were to do that anyways. So I'm not going to take the time to do that. I am going to show you exactly what you're going to do. We're going to start having the horse walk in a circle, and then you'll just come back in 24 and a half hours or so, and then continue from that point. We're going to reconnect to the internet then, and the achievement should pop. It unlocked for me within a couple minutes. It didn't pop on screen, and then you'll exit out of the game. You'll reconnect to the internet and download the patches and continue to get the rest of the achievements. Only download the patches if you get the Horse Girl achievement. Do not download the patches if you of course, if the achievement does not unlock for you. Some people have said it can take up to 30 minutes after you reconnect for the achievement to pop. And I mean, there have been horror stories of, achievements taking days to pop after reconnecting to the internet. But at that point, I would just AFK for 24 hours again. This is going to be the least consistent achievement walkthrough I've ever made because of how complex it is. But no one else has made an achievement walkthrough, so I felt I would try to make one myself. So, with that in mind, you're going to want a physical version of My Little Writing Champion. If you do use the digital one, you can probably get the other 950G in approximately 4 hours or so. Just an FYI, that's about how long it's going to take us, I believe. But if you are looking to get the full completion, you need a physical version of the game. You're going to need a wired controller or a controller that has a charge cable that can connect to the console. You're going to need rubber bands to keep your horse walking in a circle for the 24 hours. And I would double check that you don't have any sleep functions on your smart devices that may somehow turn your Xbox off, because you will need it to run at least 24 hours straight. I let it go for close to 25 just to be safe, and I recommend you do that too, but it's entirely up to you. With that in mind, we are set to go. So once you have everything you need, go ahead and we're going to go into our settings here, and I'm already offline, but you would go into your settings, go to your network settings, and just for an object lesson, go into here and click Go Offline. This disconnects you from the internet, as you can see, and we're going to pop the disk in now. The console is going to read the disk and automatically install the disk. If you do this while you're online, it'll prompt you for the online updates, and you can just tell it no, but it's safer to do it after you've already disconnected from the internet. So it should start installing. I did have an issue where it didn't install properly. And there we go. There was some weird thing where it had partially installed and so wasn't recognizing it. So if that does happen for you where it gives you a note about It was if you're trying to connect or get an invite to join something like that. When I tried to start it, you may have to go into the game. So go into the press start on it once you get to that point and manage the game and add-ons, and then you can uninstall it and try popping the disk in again to install it. But that's going to install the disk, and since we're not connected to the internet, it can't download the updates that will break it. While it's updating the game or installing the game, we're going to cover some of the glitches you might run into. The most annoying one is one where you can't get off your horse. If this does happen, there are two ways to fix it. One is temporary, and one does reset the glitch so that it doesn't happen anymore. Replaying a competition at the training hall will send you to the training hall map and bring you back to the world map, and that fixes the glitch. So if you have more things to do on your day and you can't get off the horse, go replay a competition, and that will fix the glitch. You can also clean your horse, and the game forces you off. But if you get back on your horse after the glitch happens again, it doesn't fix the glitch. It just auto moves you off the horse. So keep that in mind. If you do have that happen, the competition, repeating a competition is the easiest way to fix that one. There is a glitch where if you pause after leveling up, the level up thing stays above the XP bar, but the good news is you still earn XP even if that happens. That's another glitch that gets fixed when you reset the world map, either by going to bed or by replaying a competition at the hall. There's a couple of spots in the game where spamming A to get through the text will cause the game to crash, so don't spam A too fast. And the game has a day-night cycle, but it doesn't function properly. So more than likely, at some point throughout this walkthrough, you or I will wake up and it will say, hey, it's still sunset. And we'll just be forced to go to bed early by the game because we won't have enough time to do the day's activities. It tells you a new day has started, but it doesn't reset the day-night cycle when you go to bed. And eventually you wake up and you get forced to go to bed because you run out of time at midnight or whatever the time frame is. So if that happens, you're just going to have to continue from where you were forced to go to bed in the walkthrough. There is going to be a text walkthrough linked in the description of the video, and a collectibles walkthrough as well in the description if you would like to use that. Once the game installs, just make sure you have everything ready. Make sure you're offline still. You're going to be leaving the console running for approximately 24 plus hours after this step, and we're going to get that done and out of the way. I'm not going to record myself running the game for 24 hours, and I'm not going to leave it running, so I'm not going to have the achievement unlock on the screen, but I am going to show you exactly the way I did it to get the achievement to pop. So whenever you're ready, go ahead and start the game up. Choose new game and choose any save file. We're actually going to, it doesn't matter what you choose, we're going to be restarting the game once we get the Horse Girl achievement. But you're going to spawn in here. You can start walking towards the dude, but some text is going to pop up and you'll have to press A to go through it. Then you'll hit down on the D-pad to open your journal, and you can press A to skip through the text. In this trophy tab here is the badge for the 24 hours spent on horseback. Now, I never checked this, and I still unlocked the achievement. I think that once we clean our horse after riding for 24 hours, this badge should be lit up, but I can't say that for certain because, again, I never went into the journal to check. So press B to back out when you're done, and you can then continue into the red circle over here. Press X to interact and work through the text, and then you're going to look to your left and interact with the red circle on your left. Now we need to find our horse, so you're going to follow the tracks / follow the red circles / check your mini-map and follow the red X's. A red X is a story objective, a blue X is a side mission objective. And you can actually see the horseshoe on the map, which indicates where your horse is. So we're going to head that direction. Make sure you hit all of these red circles. This one kind of glitches sometimes. Just a heads up. Right bumper is to run. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. I think the game did, but right bumper and left bumper run while you're on foot. Once you get to the circle by the horse, you're going to hit X to interact, and we're going to name the horse Horsey because we're creative. Our rival is going to walk in and do stereotypical rival things. Disney movie rival things, I would call it. And then we're going to get a tutorial about riding the horse. So hit Y next to the horse to get on. You move around by moving the left stick. So just kind of move around for a bit, all directions until text triggers. And now we're going to hit right bumper a few times and then left bumper a few times. That will increase our speed and slow us down. Keep doing it until the text pops up and you can skip it, and then we're going to have to do it again. So hit right bumper a few times, left bumper a few times, and repeat it until the text pops up that you can skip. This will bring you to the objective for riding back to the stable. We are not going to do that. The day-night cycle is suspended here. This is where we're going to AFK for 24 hours. So rubber band your controller so that the horse just walks in a circle. You don't have to worry too much about obstacles. This actually is a really good spot right here to just walk in a circle. But your horse walks in water. So even if your horse does manage to get into the water, it will continue to walk. And most of the obstacles are not their interact points are not jagged, so if you run into a tree, more than likely the horse will be able to walk off of it. So, but whenever you think you are satisfied, have your controller set down and rubber banded and you're walking in a circle, check the time, and you're going to come back. I would give it 24 and a half hours just to be safe. Come back in 24 and a half hours and take the rubber bands off, and you can continue from this point. So again, I'm not going to do that. This is, I'm not going to leave my console running for 24 hours. So when you come back, you're going to take control and press right bumper to increase your speed, and we're going to head to the red X on the map, which is back by our house. The guy's moved over by the shed here, and we're going to hit left bumper as we approach to slow down our horse and interact with the red circle to talk to him. A yellow circle is going to appear behind him. This is the cleaning minigame, and I'm going to cover the tutorial for this now. So interact with the circle. Press A to skip the text and hit right bumper to bring up your brush. All you're going to do is move the left analog in a circle. You'll see the bar going up at the top, and when it's full, a green check mark appears on the brush on the left. Then you can hit right bumper to change to the sponge and do the exact same thing. Left analog, circle across the body of the horse until the meter fills up and the left the check mark appears on the sponge on the left. Then hit right bumper, and we're going to clean the clumps out of the hooves. Just move the head of the tool near the brown clumps. The interact point is a little iffy, but it is around the head of the tool. So do this to all 4 hooves, and that will finish your cleaning minigame. You can press A to skip the text and press B to back out. This is the point where you should be safe to reconnect to the internet and pop the achievement. I ran into the red circle and talked to the dude, and my game froze, which is why I never got to check the journal to see if this badge actually illuminates or not. I honestly can't tell you because my game froze and I wasn't able to get into the journal. I can tell you that I reconnected to the internet and I popped the achievement. So hopefully that works just like that for you. So I was going to say you should be able to check this and this badge should be lit up, which will mean that when you pop to the internet or head to the internet, the achievement will unlock, but I can't say for certain because I didn't experience it myself. Either way, at this point, you are safe to connect to the internet. So what you're going to do is go into your guide, tab over to the profile settings, and then go to network settings and go back online. This will get you out of the game and close it. I recommend not updating the game. Because on the off chance the horse rider achievement doesn't unlock, you want to give yourself an opportunity to try to AFK it again. So for now, we're going to cancel that and just sit there and wait and see if it pops. Now, for me, it popped, or it didn't pop on screen, but it unlocked. So I would check your achievement list here every minute or two to see if the achievement has unlocked for you. Again, it didn't pop on screen for me. I had to go into the achievement menu and check it, and I noticed that the achievement had unlocked. So I don't know exactly how long it took me. It was less than 4 minutes because I was starting to get frustrated and almost threw my controller through the window. Don't do that, by the way. PSA. There are reports that it can take up to 30 minutes for the achievement to pop. Most people have said it pops like mine did, or unlocks like mine did within 5 minutes. And of course, there are always the horror stories that it didn't pop within 30 minutes. It took an entire day before it popped. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about that. All I can do is tell you how I got the achievement, show how the steps you need to follow to get it, and hope that the game functions the way it's supposed to. If it doesn't, that is a glitch, and I can only do so much, unfortunately. That's why I recommend not getting the update and kind of giving yourself some time to let the achievement pop before you continue with the rest of the walkthrough. When you have popped the achievement, and again, we're not going to, because I'm not leaving my console run for 24 hours just to potentially not get the achievement popping on screen anyways. That will be your first achievement. Horse Girl, number 1 of 20 for 50G, getting you to 50 gamer score total. When you have the achievement, try to load up the game and you will be prompted for the update, and we're going to have the update install. It shouldn't take very long. Well, my internet isn't all that good right now, so I'm not going to bother going through the achievement list because it's very self-explanatory. If you follow along with me, the achievements will pop when I tell you they should. They're going to pop after specific actions that we do, so even if your days get screwed up, just follow along with the steps I've put in the walkthrough and you should be fine. There is, if I haven't mentioned this already, there will be a link to a text walkthrough in the description, as well as a collectibles list with pictures of where all the collectibles are. That will also be linked to in the description of the video. Since we never got to a save point, there will not be any save game data. So we're going to start a new save file. Excuse me. Once it's installed, go ahead and start the game up. Choose new game at the main menu and choose whatever save file you want. And just like before, we're going to run through the tutorial. However, we're going to take a few extra steps this time. So, run towards the guy. The text will pop up, and we'll have to skip it and then go into the mission booklet. Again, skip the text and then press B to back out. We're going to walk into the circle and interact with X to talk to the guy and skip through the text. And then we're going to turn to the left and walk into the circle here. But this time we're going to walk into the stable and turn right to get our first collectible. Walk up to them and press X to interact with them. You're not going to get a notification that you picked them up every time. You will on your first one, and then your 10th, 20th, and 30th, as long as you have the side quest for getting them active. So just keep an eye out. Make sure that you collect them when you walk over them and press X on them. And now we're going to exit the stable and look to our left. On the side of our house here is a deck. We're going to get onto the deck and turn right. In the back corner here is collectible number 2. Make sure you grab it. We're going to head back to the front of the house and turn to our left here. And in the shed near where we cleaned the horse, enter the door on the left to find collectible number 3. That's 3 of 30 total. Leave the shed and walk directly west. You're going to run into a path over here that leads down to the lake and a dock that has collectible number 4 of 30 on it. Grab the collectible. Again, you can go into your journal, and this menu will show you how many collectibles you have. It doesn't tell you which one is which, but it does tell you if you have, 4 of them, like the walkthrough will be telling you. So just use that to make sure you've kept up with what I've told you to get. And now we need to go find our horse again. So follow the red circles or red X's on the minimap back out to your horse. Again, you can run with the left bumper or right bumper, whichever one you choose. And once you get to the circle in front of the horse, interact and you will name your horse. Whatever you want. I do horsey just to be funny. Hopefully it's working. A rival shows up and does the typical Disney movie, stereotypical evil rival stuff. And then we'd go through the horse tutorial again. So again, just get on the horse with Y. You're going to use the left analog to move around until that tutorial triggers. Then we're going to right bumper up and right bumper down a bunch of times until our speed changes and the text pops up. And then we'll do it again, right bumper up and left bumper down. Sorry, I think I may have said right bumper both times. And now we can head back to the stable. On the upper portion of the screen, you have your stamina bar, which is the green bar that's going down. If that goes all the way down, your horse just stops. I think it goes all the way down to the slowest walk, and then your stamina will refill. And to the left is your heart bar. Now, about halfway down, the horse won't jump anymore. We fill the heart bar by cleaning the horse, which is the thing we're about to do, so keep that up on that regularly. I do point out portions of the walkthrough where I feel like you should clean your horse, but everyone's playthrough is going to be slightly different. And I recommend keeping up on that every 2 days or so. So again, walk up to this guy and talk to him, then walk into the gold circle and interact with that to start cleaning your horse. Then just do what we did before, work your way through the cleaning mini game. You'll hit right bumper to bring up the brush, then do the circles, then right bumper to bring up the sponge and do the circles. And then we'll be cleaning the dirt clumps out of the hooves. For those of you that wonder, the update did fix or change a lot of the monetary things, and I think it is easier to get through the game post-update. If it didn't fix the break the achievement, then we probably we would connect to the internet regardless to continue through the game because the post-update build is easier for the rest of the game. Again, once you're done cleaning your horse, you can press B to back out, and now we're going to go talk to the dude. Once you talk to him, press up on the D-pad to bring up your horse list. We're not going to be doing this very much. Press A to skip the text and press B to back out. And now we're going to open up our map. which I don't even know what they call the button anymore. I grew up with it being the select button. I think it might be menu or view or something like that. This will bring up your map. If you are having trouble keeping up with me, I do tend to use the named locations for directions, and then of course north, south, east, and west for cardinal directions. So skip through the text and you can back out, and now we need to ride our horse over to the training ground, which is the red X on our map. So we're just going to ride our horse that direction. I do recommend getting off your horse to talk to people. I think that's what triggers the glitch where you can't get off your horse, but I could be wrong. Just to be safe, I do try to get off my horse before I talk to most people throughout the game. Go ahead and enter this circle, and this is how you're going to change your training courses, or the game calls them parkours. You get one training course per competition. We're going to be buying them as we go through the game so that we can keep up with the training. That's the only thing we're going to buy. We do need to save our money. Make sure you do exactly what I do as we go through the game. There is a cumulative money achievement, so you don't want to spend too much of your money, or else you'll have to grind money out by replaying competition or coach rides at the end of the game, and that will be extremely slow and boring. So make sure you follow along with me exactly. So you're going to get the tutorial from the dude. If you want to read it, feel free, but when you get control, use the left analog to select your first parkour there on the left, and then you can select the green check mark to confirm it. Now you're going to ride your horse into the green circle that's in your training area. Aim at this direction. There's going to be a 5-second countdown on the white horse's butt. It blends right in, and you're going to make your way through the training. Now you're going to hit right bumper twice to get up to speed, and then press A to jump over the obstacles. The timing is not super obvious, so don't be frustrated if you do screw this up the first couple of times. Just work your way through the course, jumping over the obstacles. You do have to go through those posts as kind of a checkpoint. And once you get to the end, assuming you haven't screwed up too much, you will pass the training. The trainings take a specific time limit to pass. Now, if you finish it, I think the first one might be 30 seconds. I didn't bother going through and finding the time limit for every course. It's kind of a waste of time. If you go through in 19 seconds and have 2 faults, and the time limit is 30 seconds, each fault adds 5 seconds. So we would still pass with a 29-second time. It's really not worth worrying about. What you're going to want to do for every one of these is hit right bumper twice to get up to speed and work your way through the course, trying your best not to get any faults. You can't restart the runs until you finish the one you're on, so even if you screw up, you might as well just finish the run you're doing. Almost every course can be, well, the earlier courses you can actually up your speed a little bit higher and be okay, but the later courses you can't go any faster than 2 RB presses, or you will commit penalties or faults and be penalized for it. So every time we do one of these training courses, you're going to bump up your speed 2 RB presses and then work your way through the course to the end. As you can see, our XP bar at the top of the screen went halfway. We need to do the training again to get to level 2. So that's what we're going to do. If you fail, just keep going until you pass it. So we do need to pass it twice overall. So again, we're going to bump up to 2 RB presses of speed and then work our way through the course. Now, on these earlier ones, you can bump up your speed and get through faster if you really want to. It's entirely up to you. If you feel comfortable doing that, feel free. You see, I got a penalty there, but because we did it so fast, I still completed the training course. Now, on some of the later courses, the timing is much more strict, so I don't recommend doing that. Get comfortable doing it on the second level of speed so that when you get to the courses that require it, you're more prepared for them. But that is personal preference. You can get by with these couple of courses by doing them on a higher level of speed. Once you're done, go and interact with the dude over here. Once you're done talking to him, you should pop your second achievement, if you got the horse rider one, the good start achievement for 50G, getting us to 100G total. Again, I'm going to update you with Gamerscore, but of course I don't have the horse rider achievement, so I'm not going to show you what mine is because mine will be different from yours, assuming you did the horse rider achievement. And that's basically it for our first day. We're going to head back home. Just walk in front of the house here and press Y to get off the horse. You're going to run up your front steps into the house and go up the stairs, turn around and enter the left doorway here and walk up to your bed. Press X in the gold circle, press A, that will save your game, and then you press B to back out and go to sleep, and supposedly the day resets, but I don't think the day-night cycle actually does. And this will start day 2 or chapter 2, however you want to call them. Okay, so if you press A, you'll move on to the next objective, which is to go to the marker in front of your wardrobe and interact with it. This is just the tutorial for kind of changing your clothes. So what we're going to do is skip the text. You have to hit the yellow arrow to switch to your equestrian riding clothes. And then I switch back over because I don't want to look like a dork. I'm kidding. It's extremely rude of me to say that, but I thought it was funny too. So once you're done, skip through the text and we're going to head down the stairs. Now that we've trained our horse up, we can start our first competition. So go ahead and get on your horse. You're gonna the horse is always in front of the stable over here. And now we're gonna head up to that red X, which is the tournament hall, to our northeast. So just head that direction. You can take whatever path you want to get there. Excuse me. If you want to follow the path, you can do that. You can hop over fences. If you hop over fences, you're probably going to unlock the achievement for jumping over 50 things a little bit faster. Again, entirely up to you. And as we approach, we'll notice a red circle up there where we need to interact and talk to our one friend. For this one, feel free to just talk to him on the horse. And then the red door, or I'm sorry, the window to our left will be lit up with a yellow circle, so go ahead and interact with that. We'll be paying $100. I think you had to do this for every race before the update. I could be wrong on that, but luckily you only do that once now. And now we're going to return back to our friend and talk to them. And with that done, we can turn left, and in front of the big red door will be a yellow circle to start our competition. The competitions take you to a new map with the competition building, which is why it resets the glitches that happen. And it's basically just the same thing you were doing on the training course. It's going to be the exact same layout as long as you've purchased the most recent training course. And all you have to do is finish it once, just like you did on the training course. You don't have to do it multiple times to level up or anything like that. You just have to complete the course. It's quite basic. So whenever you're ready, walk into the gold circle, wait for the countdown. We're going to hit the right bumper twice. I'm going to do it 3 times because we have enough room here. And we're going to make our way through the course. Again, if you want to, you can go faster or you can go slower as long as you at the two right bumper pace, you should have no problems finishing it either. Once you do finish and win the competition, if you fail, you just do it again. So there's no real penalty for failing. You'll unlock your third achievement, Beginner, for 50G, getting us to 150 total. And once you skip through, you get some money. You can replay them, as I've mentioned, but you only get 50 bucks for winning a replayed competition, so it's not really worth worrying about. And that's why we don't want to spend any excess money on our way through. We finished the game around $26,700, and you need $25,000 for the cumulative achievement. So if you don't reach 25,000, the only way you can grind out money is by replaying the competitions for 50 bucks. Or replaying the coach rides for $100, which are significantly longer. So it's a very tedious grind to grind out money at the end, so make sure you aren't spending any. Skip through the text here. Excuse me. Now go get on your horse once you regain control. We're going to grab a couple more collectibles here. We're going to run down our friend. I'm kidding. Turn around and head to the northeast corner of the training hall. And on this back corner, you'll see a collectible floating over here. This is collectible number 5. You can grab these while you're on horse. So go ahead and pick that up. And we're going to turn around and look south along the river. You can see those 3 rocks jutting out over here. There is a collectible right in the middle of them, and that is collectible number 6. Ride your horse in between the rocks. You can grab the collectible there. And now we just return home and go to bed. So again, if you want to start jumping fences, you might pop that, excuse me, depending also on how often, if you have to repeat any of the trainings or the competitions and stuff like that, that achievement for jumping 50 times may unlock at different points for you. But if you want to get it to unlock faster, you can jump over fences now as much as you want. But for now, head home. We're going to go to bed and finish the day. So just like before, go inside, go up the stairs, turn around at the top of the stairs and go in the left room, press X by your bed, press A to save, and press B to go to sleep. And that will start day/mission 3. Excuse me, I apologize. When you wake up, you're going to go down the stairs to your horse, which is, of course, in front of the stable. And get on your horse, and we're going to head to the northeast. Just east of the tournament hall into the village over there. So we're going to follow the road this time. There is a shortcut to get there from behind the tournament hall where you can just jump across the river and ford it with your horse, but we're not going to do that yet. For now, follow the path because we will be picking up some collectibles along the way. And again, you could use your map to follow along with me if you weren't familiar. This is like my 6th time through the game, so I know the map pretty well. We're going to cross this bridge over here, and then we're going to take a little bit of a left to get off the path once we get past the bridge here. Excuse me. You can kind of head straight towards the red X, and once you get over the hill here, you'll come to a pond. You're going to walk around the right side of it, and you'll see a beach over there. Right where the beach and the grass meet over there is a collectible. That is collectible number 7 of 30. So go ahead and pick up the collectible. Again, it's not a bad idea just to make sure that you're keeping up, that something didn't glitch out, that you have the same amount of collectibles as me every once in a while. From here, we're going to head northwest. And there's a little dock over here, but right before the dock is collectible number 8 of 30. So go ahead and pick that up. Now we're going to head into town and interact with the red X. So you can hop the fences over there if you want. I'm just going to take it easy and go this direction. Once you get into town, I'm going to get off my horse and talk to him. That just gives you a tutorial about the shops. And now we're going to run to the left and talk to Frank over here. But before we do, look south of Frank's stand to find collectible number 9. Now interact with the stand, and you're going to get a quest to go on a tour using the coach. We're going to do all of these right now. They are terrible and boring and will take us about an hour in total to complete all of them, but leveling up your horse does not change the speed, and it does help you kind of learn the layout of the map, so that's why I have us doing them all now. Skip through the text, and then you're going to turn to your right or the north and enter the gold circle to start your first coach ride. Now these are basically just riding your horse, but it's much slower. So you can only get up to the first RB speed, and you're going to drive into the gold circles at the end and interact with them. This one is the tutorial. It's very close. Once you get over to it, you can hit X and you'll get some text and finish the ride. You get $100 per ride, and again, we're going to get all of them done right now. You are supposed to interact with the stand again, but I recommend waiting. You can do it like halfway through the coach ride, so you have a little bit of an autosave as well if you want to. We're going to do it when we're done with all the coach rides. So get into the gold circle here. We're going to do the second one. There are 16 total, and the first 5 are all around in town here and will be done very quickly. But then they start getting significantly longer, and that's why it's going to take us about an hour to get through these. So just follow the orange exclamation point to wherever you need to go. The coach handles terribly, and in one of these coach missions, in fact, it was the very last one and caused me to lose a bunch of progress. I tried to go off-road, and I got sent into oblivion and lost like 20 minutes of coach rides. So I do recommend trying to stick to the paths once we get on the longer courses. And if you start to lose control, don't try to overcorrect. Just let the coach stop moving. The game is not programmed well enough to handle those crazy overcorrections, and then the physics engine may just send you off into oblivion. So whenever you see me overcorrect too much, I'll start just slowing down so I can regain control at a slower speed. So we're going to start the third one. It's again just to the north here. As I said, the first 5 are relatively close to the town. The first 4 are in town, and the 5th one is just to the south. So squeeze into the chapel here and interact with the circle. And now we're going to enter the gold circle again, and this is our 4th one. This is back to the northwest, right where the other one was. But this is not even the most egregious repeat location. We're going to have to go down to the beach twice within 3 locations because the shipwreck and the beach are considered 2 separate tourist attractions. That's wonderful. Those are going to take 4 to 5 minutes per ride, which makes it even more egregious that we have to go back. But unfortunately, the things we do for achievements. So we'll get this one done. And now this time we're going to head to the south, and that will be the old milestone. It's right at the bottom there where the path splits. And I didn't mention this during the tutorial, but again, just to reiterate, don't spend any of your money unless I tell you to. Otherwise, you might have to grind for a long time at the end if you spend a lot of it. So we'll interact with this one. The seventh one is the bridge that we came across to get here from the middle section of the area that has our island, or our home in the training hall on it. So again, if you're feeling dangerous, you can cut across the, the off-road paths here. I don't recommend it because of how poorly designed the game is. You're just as likely to end up spinning out into oblivion if you hit the wrong hill. And I just hate how this thing controls. It feels like it's almost impossible to keep it going straight. That's why overcorrecting happens, because the horse starts to go to the left, so I go to the right, and then the horse goes too far to the right, and I go to the left, and then you wind up, if you're on uneven terrain, you might wind up swinging out all the way just trying to regain control. So that's why I recommend just letting the carriage stop if you start overcorrecting too much, and then trying to just restart at a slower speed. So this is kind of the end of the shorter ones. All the rest of them are significantly longer. Um, the beach ones are two of the four longest ones, and we do the two of the next three we do take us down to the beach. So unfortunately, there is not a whole lot to occupy you while you do these. So put on some music or a TV show or something, YouTube video. Play some of my other walkthroughs in the background. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And work your way through all of these exciting missions. Okay, so yeah, this is where it's going to get boring. We now have to go all the way down to the beach there, and then you can see the wood or the dirt path we'll be taking. I'm not going to talk very much through the rest of these because it's extremely boring. There's not a whole lot that I can contribute, and well, I mean, no one wants to just listen to me podcast, so I am going to shut up for a bit, and I'll just pop in at the beginning or end of each of these next few runs until we're done with the coach missions. Okay, we're approaching the end of this one, and in 2 runs we're going to come back and go to that shipwreck on the right, so that'll be fun. Look forward to that. But the next run, I believe, is, yeah, much easier. Just over to the tournament hall. Uh, a little bit shorter than the shore, but again, I'm just going to shut up and drive silently over to the tournament hall. Pop back in on the next run. Okay, so we're approaching the end of the tournament hall, and we're going to have the return to the beach happening. Again, I don't have a whole lot to add, but I figure I'll pop in at the beginning and end of these at the very least. These are extremely boring, but we have to do them for the achievement. So again, we're going all the way down to the beach, just a little bit further right of where we were last time. So again, just going to shut up and I'll rejoin you near the end. Okay, so we're almost done with the second beach one. Luckily, we don't come back down here. Unfortunately, we still have two extremely long ones left and a couple more that are mid-tier length. But we do have a couple that are much more rough terrain, so I do recommend keeping an eye on your speed. This is one of them, the Glade. That area to the west of the tournament hall is a forest, and the path that runs south of the tournament hall turns into a dirt path with quite uneven terrain. So again, these ones where you're heading south of the tournament hall is probably the most uneven terrain you're going to go over, and I recommend watching your speed carefully so that the physics engine doesn't send you into oblivion. So I'm not going to talk any more than that. There's not a whole lot to say until we get close to it. We're actually going to cut through the woods once we get directly below it. Um, but I'll pop back in when we get there. So yeah, you can kind of see by the way the cart is riding here, this is much rougher terrain than what we've gone over. It's very easy to lose control. Feel free to pop your speed down if you find yourself, having to correct too much. And once it turns into dirt, we're going to follow it for a little bit, and then when we see kind of the exclamation point being above us, I'm going to stop here because I'm starting to overcorrect too much. When we see the exclamation point moving above us, we're going to cut straight north through the trees and head directly toward it. It saved us a few seconds, not a whole lot. So if you want to follow the path, it goes a little bit further and bends back. So that's entirely up to you. We're going to cut through the trees here. And there's just a little fire pit over here in the clearing with the gold circle. Now, if you want to, you can go and interact with the guy in the shop there. That gives you a little bit of an autosave should, one of these final missions send you off into oblivion, but I'm not going to do that yet. I'm going to wait until the end. The next one is the old trading cart that's down just before the beach there, that second bridge to the south. You can see the orange kind of blending in with the brown on the west end of that bridge. A little bit shorter than the beach, but not by much, so we're going to head that direction, and I'll rejoin you when we get down there. Okay, so we're just about done with this one. They're all going to be about this length from this part on. I think we got 4 more after this? 5. We have 5 more after this one. I think our house is next, if I remember correctly. Yep, our house is next, so we're just going to head to the south and across that bridge and south to our house. And then we have 2 more near where that fire pit was, a little bit further west, and we have 2 more to the far northwest by the waterfall remaining. So, again, longer ones, things that the 2 on the middle island have the rough terrain we have to cross to get to them. So, just be vigilant as you're going through the remainder of these. I'll pop back in when we're done with this one. I may have ran into a tree there. Don't worry, the horse is fine. Um, we're almost done with the manor, and then I think the next one is also on this middle land, and then we go up to the blacksmith, and then we're back on this middle land, and then we go to the waterfall, and that finishes these off. Yeah, the foundling is a little bit further than the fire pit there on the west of the tournament hall. Again, that terrain is rough, so be extra cautious while going over it in case the physics engine decides to hate you. And I'll pop back in when we're done. Okay, we're almost done with this one. Just a little bit further around the corner up here. If you look a little bit further on the right, you may be able to see the next destination we'll be going to on this island. There's a little like hunting blind. I don't know if we can see it through the trees here. It doesn't render that far out this game, so but it's going to be further along this path. But the next one we have to do is the burned blacksmith building, which is up near the waterfall in the northwest there. This is another rather long one. Again, the terrain up here can be rough if you go off road, so I recommend sticking to the paths. And I'll pop back in. Okay, almost to the blacksmith. The waterfall is to the right there. We'll take that path a little bit further to get the waterfall. That's our final one. But we do have to head back to that hunting blind on the middle island, or middle area of land, to get that one. So we'll do that next. Again, the old hunting blind is just a little bit further along that dirt path west of the tournament hall. So again, watch the terrain because it does get pretty bumpy there, and I'll rejoin you when we're about to finish up. Okay, we're approaching the end of this one. It's just around the corner up here. We're gonna kind of swing to the north and then follow it around, and we'll reach the hunting blind. And then we just have one more left, and we'll be done with these stupid things. We do have one side mission where we have to do this as well, so unfortunately, we will have one more of these, which is the longest of all of them, but it is only one side mission, not 16 more, so. And there we go, that brings us to our last one, the waterfall, which is all the way in the northwest. Just like we did for the blacksmith, we're going to head that direction, and then we'll continue a bit further to finish these off. And I'll pop back in when we're almost done. Okay, we reached the blacksmith. We're going to follow that path to the right. This is where I tried to cut across the hills to the left there, and I got thrown into oblivion and had to redo the last couple of these, so that's why I focus on the path. But we're almost done, and when we're done, we're going to go over to that one stand and get the tutorial about buying the new training courses or parkours, and that'll finish the day's activities and trigger an autosave for us. So if the game does crash, you won't have to redo any of the races, although the achievement should pop right away anyways. The only thing you'd really lose is the money you got from doing these. So there we go. There's the achievement popping. Let me get that one. The tourist guide achievement, number 4 of 20 for 50G, getting us to 200. And then again, right away, we're going to run over to the red X down here and talk to Frank to buy the new parkour. It's going to just give us a tutorial of his shop. So what we're going to do is every time we're going to come and choose the new parkour, you can only buy one each time you're here. You can't buy the next competition's parkour, so you can only choose one parkour in it. So I'm not going to tell you choose this one because there's only one you can ever highlight. So press A on the parkour, and then you're going to hit right twice to get to the buy option and press A to buy it. When you buy it, your horse spawns in right next to the shop. You can press A to skip the text, and then press B to back out. You'll now notice that we have 2 side missions that popped up. There are only 10 of those total. One, the horse collection one, the Collectibles, has 3 stages to it. And once you've completed a day's activity, there's usually one that pops in each day. Not every day, but most days you'll find a blue X after you finish the day's activities. But before we do that, we're going to walk up to the northeast here where the statue is, and go northeast of it to find a statue, or collectible, excuse me, near the bushes here. This is collectible number 10, so go ahead and pick that. And now we're going to go north. This is the other cart mission we have to do, and we're going to go ahead and get it out of the way. So go ahead and talk to the guy here. We have to deliver wood to a hut that is north of the lake, and this is the longest trek we have to do. I recommend going north towards the waterfall and cutting south down the bridge and following the path all the way. That's probably the easiest way to do it. You can watch the video and see which path I take, or you can go whatever way you want. You can go all the way south of the lake and wrap your way around if you really want to, however you want to do it. But I'm going to head west to the waterfall and south to the hut. I do want to point out now, don't spam anything with this quest. Spamming the button crashed this quest for me in one of my other playthroughs when I was making the walkthrough. So that's where my warning about spamming text comes from. So again, just turn to the right and start heading to the west, and I'll rejoin you when we get close to the hut. Okay, we're almost there. I stopped to unmute my mic and went off-roading a little bit there. Um, but it's just over the crest here, and then we'll take a little left and go down a hill. I don't recommend going straight down the hill because, you know, the physics suck. We're going to follow the path and bend around. But right up here, we're going to turn left, and you'll see the hut down below. You could try to just go down the hill if you really want to test the physics, but we're going to go all the way around. And be careful up here. As I said, this is where the game crashed for me when I was spamming buttons, so that's why I put in the warning not to do that. You could grab the collectible here now if you wanted to, but we're going to be coming back here later to do it. So interact with the circle, and then you're going to run up to the door and interact with the door. This will turn in your first side quest, which is side quest number 1 of 10 complete. You automatically head back into town, and we're going to head to the other blue circle. So get on your horse and ride south. Or blue X, excuse me. There is a blue circle in here, but before you get in there, unfortunately, I just got the glitch where I can't get off my horse. So we're going to have to run over to the competition hall. And since I haven't shown you this yet, we're going to show you the shortcut to get over there. Go ahead and just run the direction I am, and you can actually kind of time your jump before you get into the water to keep your speed up, and then you just ford the river. So again, this is one of the problems with making this walkthrough. There is a bunch of glitches, and I don't know what causes any of them. I have been trying to figure that out. I thought it was interacting with circles while I'm on my horse, but I've been pretty good about that, and the glitch still happened. Since we have more things to do, we're going to go and repeat a competition. So we'll just run into the yellow circle to the left of the red door here and select competition 1, and we're going to replay the competition. And this reloads the map when we pop back out, and we should be able to get on and off the horse without issue. We don't really care all that much if we succeed. There's no real penalty for it. So we're just going to blast through it. We killed it. We still won. And then once we reload, we're going to head back over to that blue X and interact with it. And this is the kind of stuff that makes a step-by-step walkthrough of this game very difficult. So again, we're going to take the shortcut. We're going to go to the northeast edge of the training hall, and we're just going to jump across the lake, or river, excuse me. It does save you time if you're going from the training hall to the town. If you're going back to your house from the town, it doesn't really save you any time. So, when you approach this hill, you might want to aim to the right a little bit. I found it hard to get a purchase on the ground if you go straight at it. And once again, we're going to approach this blue circle. We'll get off the horse. Don't interact with the circle yet. You'll notice collectible number 11 floating to the right. So go ahead and grab the collectible first, and then interact with the blue circle. And this gives you what is actually side quest number 1 for collecting all 30 of the collectible horses. Since we already got 10 of them, we're going to talk to her and get our first part of the quest done. That's just the first part. We still have to collect the other remaining horses, but you do get a reward for all 3 parts every 10 collectibles, so we'll turn that first one in, and that's it. As long as you did the story thing and got your parkour, you can head home and go to bed. And again, it doesn't save you any time to cross the river to the training hall using the shortcut if you're heading home. It only saves you time to get from the training hall to the town. So we're going to go home and go to bed. I don't think we're in any real need of cleaning our horse yet, so we're not going to bother doing that. So we'll just head home and go up to bed. The good news is, as our horses level up, the stamina doesn't go down as quick, so we barely made it to our home without needing to rest. So once you get to your house, go ahead and get off the horse, go upstairs, interact with the bed, press A to save, and then press B to go to bed. And that will start day 4. We're going to go downstairs and get on our horse, and we have to train it up another level. So get on your horse and we're going to head up to the training area. And once we get up here, we're going to interact with the gold circle. And we are going to press A on the new parkour to make sure that it's placed. You can notice that the obstacles will change. And then you're going to interact with the green check mark to confirm it. Now you're going to walk forward and we need to complete this training. Again, you can probably go faster and be okay, but we're just going to bump it up to the second RB speed and complete the course. We're going to have to do that twice. So again, the 5-second countdown, hit right bumper twice, and we're going to make our way through the obstacles. If you're feeling brave, you can bump your speed up and make your way through. That is entirely up to you. I think these last 2 obstacles are too close together to get through them at the faster speed, and you are going to start seeing more obstacles that will you won't be able to clear at the faster speed. So that's why I recommend getting used to the just the 2 RB speed. But once you pass it once, you'll have to go back and pass it again. And again, we will up our speed to get through a little bit faster. Again, you don't have to do this. You have plenty of time to beat the course on the level 2 speed. You can actually even run straight into it and probably still pass it like I did there. Yeah, so now we have the next competition to do. So again, we're going to head up to the training hall to do the next competition. There is a chance that you'll unlock the jumper achievement here for jumping over 50 obstacles, depending on how many obstacles you've jumped over. If you've had to repeat training or competitions, or if you've gone wandering and jumped more fences than I have. I am including it here because everyone's going to unlock it at a different time. But that is the jumper achievement, which would be number 5 of 20 for 50G, getting you 250 total gamer score. So head into the circle by the red door and interact with it. We're going to start our next competition, and it is, again, just the same thing we were training on. So walk in. I do recommend doing the course however you were training it. If you want to up your speed and do it faster, feel free. And once you complete it, that will get you some more money and the end of the day's activities. We do have one side quest that popped up, and it is our first treasure hunt. There is an achievement for completing all 4 treasure hunts, but it is also our first side mission. So we're going to go ahead and take the shortcut. We just glitched right through a lamppost. That was pretty cool. Go ahead and take the shortcut to head back to the town. And the side quest is actually about 2 or 3 houses north of the horse shop where we buy our training parkours, and we will have to do that too. So just keep that in mind. We're not going to do it right away, but we'll do it after we finish this side mission. So we'll walk up and interact with the circle. This is Pamela, and she's going to give us our first treasure hunt. The treasure hunts are rather simple. You can read them if you want and try to figure them out yourself, but they actually spawn a blue circle where the answer is, and the answer to this one is the horse statue right next to us. So interact with the circle, and that solves the treasure hunt, but since this is a side mission, we need to run back to Pamela to turn it in. So go ahead and do that. And that solves our second side mission, or completes our second side mission, excuse me, and completes our first treasure hunt. Now head down to Frank's shop, and we're going to buy the 3rd training course. So interact with the circle, right bumper over to the parkours, the training courses, select the 3rd one, and then hit right twice and press A on buy to purchase it. Then you can press B to back out. Get on your horse, and we are going to go home and go to bed. I do recommend cleaning your horse at the end of today. Again, once you get that hard about halfway down, you start putting yourself in danger of not being able to jump, and I think it's like 60% down you can no longer run at your top speed. So I would rather us spend an extra minute or two cleaning our horse too much than be out in the middle of nowhere and lose our top speed or our ability to jump. So I'll probably have or recommend you clean your horse a little more than you need to, but I'd rather be more cautious in that regard, because nothing to me is more frustrating than not being able to reach your top speed. In the next couple of days, we do a lot of collectible hunting and stuff like that, so it's better to have a fully cleaned horse. So run over to the gold circle by the shed to start the cleaning mini game, I guess. Hit right bumper to bring up the brush and brush the horse. You can roleplay as actually cleaning the horse if you want to. You don't have to do the circles. When the green check mark pops up, hit right bumper to get the sponge and do your circles again, or clean all over the horse if you want to. And then right bumper again and clean out the hooves. Then you can press B and your horse is clean, and now you can run into your house, go upstairs, and go to bed to end day 4 and move on to day 5. Hopefully, anyways, if the day-night cycle hasn't screwed up on you. So press X, press A, and press B. Okay, I had to take a phone call there. Sorry about that. With that done, or our day beginning, we're going to head down and we have to complete our brand new training course 5 times to reach level 5. And this is where it starts to get a little tedious. Doing a training course twice is kind of cute. Having to do it 5 times is just a slap in the face, really. especially when you get to the later levels, and some of them can take 30 to 40 seconds per run. So grab your horse, run over to the training area, interact with the gold circle here, and we're going to choose our third option here, the bottom left one. And then again, make sure you go down to the check mark and press A to confirm. And then we have to complete this 5 times in total. Again, we're going to start focusing on level 2 speed. So hit right bumper twice to get up to speed and just work your way through. These courses now are going to be a little bit too close together, or the obstacles are, excuse me, to be able to stay at the level 3 speed consistently. Although I just kind of fucked everything up there, so we have to restart. I'm going to keep in my failures. I'm not one of those people that goes back and edits everything out. I try to do everything in one take. So, yeah, even these 4-hour videos. For those of you that watched my 20-hour Danganronpa walkthrough, that was all one take. I recorded all of those parts right in a row. There we go. So you got to do this 5 times. There's the jumper achievement for those of you that didn't pop it yet. This is probably the latest you can, because you have to do this training 5 times and you jump 6 times in each run. So that's 30 jumps there, combined with all the other trainings we've done so far. I would guess it's impossible to get past this portion of the game without having that jumper achievement. There we go. That'll get us up to level 4, and now we have to do the training 3 more times to get up to level 5. Not a whole lot to say. This is really basic, but sometimes I do this so much that my brain kind of fizzles on these things and I wind up running into obstacles. It's not complex at all. I think I just get a little bored and wind up screwing up. So, unfortunately, as I mentioned, I think in the introduction, you can't just automatically restart if you screw up. You have to finish your run and then go back through the starting gates again. So it does help with your practice if you keep continuing all the runs, but it's rather tedious because you're going to find probably by now you've already gotten a pretty good idea of the jump timing. The game isn't overly complex. Okay. And that will be our 5th time completing the training, and we've made it up to level 5. We now have our 3rd competition, and if we pass this, we advance into the advanced training bracket, or whatever it is. I don't know. So we're going to ride all the way up to the red door circle and interact with that. And that'll start our 3rd competition, which again is just what we were training on. So And of course, completing and winning the competition will unlock the advanced achievement. Achievement number 6 of 20 for 50G, getting you to 300 out of 1,000. And your rival will pop up. And you'll have, once you regain control, we got 2 more side missions. So again, we're going to head to the northeast end of the training hall and jump across the river to get to town. And we're going to head over to Rebecca's shop, which is the place where the horse statue collectible mission is. This time we have to perform a race, and not a difficult one, but there are a couple of points. This isn't like most racers where it kind of gives you an indicator where the next gate is going to show up. You just know where the one you're running towards is. So it can be a little... there's a couple of points where you might, if you're going at full speed, you might not be prepared for the next gate. So, not too bad though. There's nothing in this game that's really hard. Walk into the shop and talk to her to start the race. You're going to be taking a left here, so you have to hit the yellow arrows. You're going to turn left and follow this down. The yellows or arrows are going to be along the path, so you can't really do any off-roading. You should just barely have enough stamina to make it all the way through without needing to stop, but even if you do have to stop, it's not a big deal. We turn right and follow the path because we're heading towards the training hall. So just continue along the path here. If you do have to slow down and regain stamina, you do have like an extra 15 seconds. So, turn right here and stay on the white road. And then up here where the white road meets the dirt road, you're going to turn right to head towards the training hall. This is the final stretch. It's pretty straightforward. The only real choice here is you're going to head right at the circle when you get up here. Right into that final arrow, and you completed the race. Again, you notice our stamina was really close to being done, but we had just enough to get there. And now we need to head back up into town and tell Rebecca that we completed the side quest, so we're going to use the shortcut. Again, kind of angle as you get back to this hill so you can find traction. And now we run over to Rebecca's shop. We'll talk to her, and that will turn in side quest number 3 of 10. Go ahead and get on your horse. Sorry about that. Get on your horse and head to the other blue X. You're going to talk to Pamela's son, John, I think. I don't know. I'll be honest. I don't really know. We're going to play hide and seek with him. I recommend bringing your horse with you because he does hide in the town and it's easier. You can jump the fences. Go ahead and talk to him. And once the mission starts, you'll actually see him between the 2 buildings to our left there. He pops in over there, and again, a blue circle appears wherever he is, so if you want to do this on your own, feel free. But grab your horse and run over that direction. This first one, you can just run around the fence. Go ahead and talk to him. The second one is on the west side of town, about 4 houses above Pamela's shop. So we're going to head over to this red house over here on the east side, excuse me if I didn't say that properly, and you'll find him hiding behind the house. The final place is kind of north from his house where you found him, but head north towards the chapel, and in the backyard of this house on our west is a little swing set park with a collectible in it. Go ahead and grab that collectible, and that is collectible number 12 of 30. Again, you can double check by going into your menu here. 1, 2, 5, 8, 10, 12. And then you'll see the kid hiding in the next yard over, so hop the fence and go talk to him. This will complete side quest number 4. And now we need to return to Frank's shop to buy the new training. So go ahead and enter the shop. Right bumper over to the training, and then you can see which one you can select. Press A on it, right twice, press A on buy, and then press B to back out, and now we can go home and go to bed. That'll finish day 5 and head us to day 6. I think there are only 15 days. Getting the coach missions done is a significant portion of the time spent in this game. The other significant portion of time is spent training, and then the other significant portion of time is spent just riding across the map. Unfortunately, I would say only 10% of the game is everything else. It's a rather boring balance here. So get off your horse, go up the stairs, into the building, and you know the drill by now. Interact with your bed, press A to save, and then press B to go to sleep. It'll be day 6. We do have a mission to do, but we're going to grab 3 collectibles on the way over there. So go ahead and run down the stairs and get on your horse in front of the stable. And we're going to head almost directly east from where we're at. Once you get over this hill, you're going to turn to your right, and you'll see this big field with a green path through it. And we're heading towards those 2 towers there. I'm not sure if they're grain towers or water towers. I am not familiar with them. It's Lord of the Rings, the 2 towers. Will I get a copyright strike for saying that? Oh, gosh. Regardless, the first collectible that we're looking for right now is number 13, and it is between the bases of the 2 towers. Go ahead and pick that up. That's number 13. Head directly to the west. On your map, it's almost like a heart-shaped section of path. But you're going to see that little section raised right there that I'm heading straight for. On top of that, and you might even be able to see it as we approach, is a collectible. Be careful heading up the hill because parts of it is too steep for the horse to get up. So come at it from an angle so you can get up to the top, and that will be collectible number 14. And then we're going to head kind of west-southwest from here to see that building off in the distance. And on the north end of that building by the fence is collectible number 15 of 30. So go ahead and pick that up, and now we're going to head to the objective. We have another race here. This one is slightly easier than the last one. About the same amount of extra time, though. You should be able to complete it without slowing down, and you're just following the path going through the yellow arrows. Or it might be circles this time. Whatever it is. Just follow along with me, and we'll get it done very quickly. Go ahead and interact with the dude here. Run into this first arrow to start the 5-second countdown, and now we're just going to follow the path straight. So boost your speed all the way up and work your way. Make sure you follow the path. Again, the markers stay on the path, so you can't really off-road anywhere to cut too much time off. We're going straight and following the path in between the lake and the pond here, and then we're going to take that path to the left as we get past the pond. We're going to follow this all the way back around, and then we're going to take a right to head back towards the guy, and that will finish the race. Again, you should have enough stamina to finish this without needing to stop, and I think you finish it with about 15 seconds left. And there you go. With that done, you're going to talk to the dude again, and you'll pop your 7th achievement, Club Member, for 50G, getting us to 350 out of 1,000. That's also the end of the day's activities. We don't have any more side missions today, but we are going to grab 3 more collectibles on our way home since we're out here. The first one is that kind of peninsula sticking out straight ahead of where I am, on the west side of the lake, if you want to check your map. We're heading over that direction, so continue to follow the path in the direction we raced. And instead of taking a left when we go between the pond and the lake, we're going to follow it to the right. And out in the peninsula, not quite in the center, but close to it, you'll find a collectible just sitting there. And that'll be number 16. Now we're going to head towards that hut that we delivered wood to earlier. If you want to, I guess, jump straight into the water and walk, but we're going to run across along the edge of the lake to get back to that hut. And on the northeast end of the hut, between the and the shed, there is a collectible, and that will be collectible number 17. Again, the collectible is in the back right corner of the hut, the northeast, so right up to it and grab it. That is number 17. And then we're going to head directly east. There's an island in the middle of the lake that has a collectible on it. Close to where our house is, actually. So we're just going to ride our horse out onto the island. When you get to the river here, just jump before you get in the water to kind of keep your speed up for the most part. And then do the same when you get over here to keep your speed as you head out into the water. And all you can do now is just kind of walk towards it. But as you approach, you'll see the collectible floating above the ground. That'll be collectible number 18 of 30. And you can either clean your horse now or clean it in the morning, whichever one you prefer. We have a lot of wandering around to do the next couple of days, so get the collectible here. That should be number 18. I'm going to double check. That's 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 17, 18. And then we're going to head back to the house and clean your horse. Again, this is probably more cautious than you really need to be, but we do have a lot of writing to do because we finish up almost all of the collectibles, I think, the next 2 days. So it's best to keep the horse's endurance all the way up so that we don't lose the ability to jump or ride fast. With that done, go into your house, go upstairs, and go to bed. You'll wake up on day 7, and we have to train our horse up to level 7. So we're going to go down to the stable to grab our horse, and then we'll go up, select our new training course, and train 5 more successful runs. This time, bumper over to the middle section, and that is where our new parkour is. And you can select it and then select the green check mark. And again, we have to complete this 5 times, so you can actually get away with a faster speed except for that first corner on the other side. So that's what we're going to do. Bump our speed up here, and then when we get over to here, we're going to slow it down so that we can make it between these two. And then we'll bump our speed back up to finish off the course. And we have to do this 4 more times because that's just good game design, really. There we go. You see that purple level up that pops up? If you pause the game while that's up, it stays there forever until you reset the map. That was the one glitch I had mentioned. I forgot to mention it before now because it slipped my mind. But yeah, if you level up and pause the game, then that purple level up thing stays over your XP bar. Oh, we missed. We still passed the training somehow. The final couple of courses are not that forgiving. Just an FYI. Okay, this should be our last go. We'll see if I screw it up, though. And with that done, we're going to head up to the tournament to do competition 4. The tournament hall or the training hall or whatever the heck it's called. I I want to say the competition hall because you're doing competitions, but I think they called it the training hall, even though you have the training course. I don't know. I'm not equestrian, so I don't understand the terminology. But it seems like this should be called the competition hall. Since we're on to the advanced courses, we do get more money for making these. Unfortunately, you still only get 50 bucks for replaying them, which is why we're very frugal about our spending. Go ahead and jump in, and it's just the same thing we were doing on the training course. So when you regain control out here, you've finished all the day's tasks, and another side mission has popped up, and we have a lot of ground to cover, which is why we're going to, or why we cleaned our horse. We have to take pictures at the waterfall and the beach and the chapel, and I think of our house. And since that takes us to basically every other corner of the map, we're grabbing most, if not all, of the remaining collectibles. So head back to the northeast using the shortcut, and we need to interact with Pam's house. And yeah, that's why we went and cleaned our horse, because we are covering all of the map in this chapter. So interact with the blue circle. And we have to go up to the waterfall first. So we're going to head to the northwest. Just ride your horse all the way to the northwest, to where the blue X is. We're going to get the objective first, and then we'll focus on some collectibles that are up that way. So you don't have to worry about going off-road when you're just on your horse. At least, hopefully, you don't have to. I really hope that doesn't happen to you, because that would suck, but I guess I wouldn't put it past this game. We're heading all the way to the waterfall. Unfortunately, you're going to run out of stamina before you reach the waterfall, so feel free to stop and let your stamina bar rebuild. You don't need a full bar to finish the rest of the way, but you won't be able to make it in one go. Go all the way and kind of stop your horse right before the deck. And we have to run out and interact with that blue circle. So just interact with it, and the game will automatically take the picture for you. You don't have to do anything else. Press A to skip the text and walk back, but check out the deck on the side of the building, and in the back corner over here is collectible number 19. Go ahead and get back on your horse, and we're going to head back to that burned out blacksmith building, and there will be collectible number 20 behind it. This is the... You're going to get text when you pick this up, because you have completed the second part of the collectible mission, side mission. So just skip the text. We're not going to bother turning it in. We're basically... I think we're getting the rest of the collectibles in this chapter, so... Go ahead and pick that up. There's number 20 and the text about picking them up. Go south across the bridge, and we're going to hug the river, heading to the right here, or the west, whichever direction you prefer. We're going to climb up that big hill, and there are going to be two big rock formations on our right. The second one has a collectible on top. Do be careful trying to get up onto the rock formation. Again, the physics engine is kind of crap, and I have been sent flying into the air just trying to get onto the rock over here. So this rock over here, or you can get sent flying just by getting off your horse. So jump up onto the rock formation and grab collectible number 21. Then return to your horse, and we're going to head back to the bridge and follow the path south. There's a small rock just south of the bridge. You may have noticed it when we did the wood delivery. And this rock has a collectible on its east side. Right in right in front of the rock over here is collectible number 22. The next four collectibles are behind or north of the training area and west of the tournament hall, all in these areas here. So there is a group of rocks, the white rocks on the map, northwest of where the blue X is, crossing the lake a little bit there. That's where we're heading. The first collectible is there. So there aren't very many good landmarks for locations in this spot. So head west, or east, excuse me, across the bridge, and we're going to follow the path for a while until we see that massive group of rocks near the lake. And there's a flat rock in the middle of them that has the collectible on top of it. You can cut through the trees if you want to. You can follow the path. However you want to get there is kind of up to you. But once you get over here where all these rocks are, head kind of towards the middle of them and you'll see a flatter rock with the collectible on top. And that will be number 23. Now we're going to head kind of east, northeast. There's a larger white rock by itself, not very far east of where we are. And on top of that rock is another collectible. So just kind of head east, northeast here, and it's that rock directly in front of me. This one can be a little bit trickier to get on top of as well. So I come at it from this far side, so I don't have to jump to try to get on top of it. And that is collectible number 24. Get back to your horse, and we need to find the fire pit. The fire pit is that circle to the northeast of us, west of the tournament hall. And you may have noticed this when we were there earlier, but there is a collectible right next to the fire pit. So go ahead and ride your horse to the collectible. And now go straight south. On the map, there is a rock directly above the N, in the first N in training. It's the northwest of the rocks there that has a collectible on it. So we're going to head that direction. So just head south towards your training field. And once you get into the field, you'll see the massive rock. It's this one right here, and it has the collectible on top of it. This one can be a little more tricky to get on top of, so. And that is collectible number 26 of 30. Now get back on your horse, and we're going to ride south to the blue X, which is by our training grounds. I recommend getting off your horse before you interact with these blue circles. And that will take a picture of your training ground. The next picture we need to take is down at the beach, so go ahead and start heading to the southeast. I'd take this dirt path, and then up at the top of the hill here, it splits to the east and west, and we're going to head to the east, or take a left. And this will bring us to the bridge that will cross over to the eastern section of land that we can follow south to the beach. We are going to be heading towards the wreck. That is where the photo interaction point is. So again, I recommend getting off your horse, walking into the interact point and interacting. That will take the picture. The last photo is up way north in the chapel, but we're going to grab a last few collectibles now. Between the shack and the boat to the northeast on the beach is collectible number 27. Now, you can look at your map if you want to, or just follow along with me. As we head north, there's going to be a rock, and you can actually see it poking out over the hills there. On the east side of this rock is a collectible. That's collectible number 28. The next one can be hard to see using the regular map, but if you follow this path north, almost all the way to where this path meets up with the white stone path that comes out of the town, there's going to be a place where the path branches to the northwest on the mini-map. So I recommend following this path and keeping your eye on the mini-map so you know where the path branches. Because my eyes suck, so it may not be hard for you guys to see, but I couldn't see this on the regular map very well. So up here, the path branches west. Go ahead and take it. And there's a little park section with 2 picnic benches. And collectible number 29 is here. And we only have 1 collectible left, so we're going to head all the way north to the chapel, and we're going to get it, because not only do we have to take our final picture there, but our final collectible is there. So ride all the way north up to the blue circle, get off your horse and interact with it to take the final photo. And when you're taking the photo, you can actually see the final collectible on the left side of the chapel. So run over here and collect your final horse. That will pop the Explorer achievement, number 8 of 20 for 50G, getting us to 400. And now we're going to return to Pamela and turn in the side quest, which is our 5th side quest complete. That should pop the Paparazzo achievement, number 9 of 20, for 50G, getting us to 450. And now we need to head down to Rebecca's shop. Since we've collected all of the collectibles, we can turn in the final 2 parts of the collectible quest to complete side quest number 6. So interact with her once to get our 20 horses turned in, and then interact with her again to finish the quest. Again, that's our 6th side quest complete. Now we're going to run over to Frank's shop and buy the next training course. Bumper over to it, left onto it, press A, and then right twice. Press A to buy it, and press B to back out. And now we're going to head home. And go upstairs and go to bed. Now this is about the time that the day-night cycle starts screwing up. Just an FYI. Day 8, I think. Yeah, day 8 was always the one for me, almost always the one for me, where I'd wake up and it was already sunset. So hopefully that doesn't happen for you. If it does, try to get your day's activities done and then just let the time run out so you go to bed. It's not worth trying to scramble to get anything done. So, oh, sorry, we're going to clean our horse. Forgot about that. Or wait. No, we're not cleaning our horse. I am an idiot. My bad. I mean, it doesn't hurt to do it, but I have it scheduled at the end of tomorrow. So, that's my fault. Go back home, go upstairs, go to bed. Let's go ahead, go downstairs. We're going to go get our horse, and we have to train it up to level 8, which will only take 2 runs on the new training course. So we'll head to the bulletin board and select our new training course. Again, interact with it, right bumper to the next section or tab, and press A on the new one. Then confirm with the check mark. Again, you're probably no longer going to be able to go to level 3 in speed, so just get up to level 2 and make your way through. Something I found interesting is that you can actually, if you find any of the trainings too difficult to repeat over and over again, you can actually still level up on the lower training courses. It just takes longer. And it doesn't really help you if you go to try to do a competition and you haven't been able to complete the current training course. But it is something that you could do. if you find yourself struggling to complete a training course over and over again. Once you level up, we're going to head up to the training hall, I guess. I'm going to try to call it, since that's what it's called. I'm pretty sure in my walkthrough, yeah, I call it the competition hall. How dare I call the place we have competitions the competition hall? Um, Once we complete this competition, we are going to have another side mission pop up in town, so we're going to go and complete that. And that's when I started to notice, like, my sun setting starts to get red or darker out, that sort of thing. So, interact with the circle in front of the red door and start the competition, and just complete it like we're in training. There we go. You might have text here, I can't remember. Yeah, a little bit. But that finishes the day's activity, and the side mission will pop up in town, so we're going to head up and work on that. And I think you can tell, I think the shadows are getting longer. There's a little more of a red tinge in the sky. I could be wrong. That seems like an awful lot of programming to have gone into this game. I know it's just a basic day-night cycle, but I do think it's starting to get darker. And unfortunately, this quest does have us covering quite a bit of ground, so go ahead and talk to the guy. He has a crush on Pamela, and he wants to give her flowers. And he wants us to go pick them for him, because picking flowers is a girl thing, I guess. I don't know. We're going to head towards that blue X, which is kind of south of our manor, our home. And there's not actually a blue circle on the map. Just when you get to the general area that the blue X is, the game kind of just stops you and says, okay, you've arrived. And there will be 5 blue circles to interact with to pick up the flowers. You unfortunately don't have enough stamina to reach it. I don't think. I think it's still over the hill over there. So, yep. So you will have to stop and let your stamina rebuild, but once you approach this kind of grove of flowers here, the game will stop you, and you'll need to go pick the 5 flowers. I think you have to be off your horse. So just run around and grab all 5. You can kind of tell it is getting dark now. It wasn't just my eyes telling me that. Uh, Despite it saying to head back into town, we're going to head back to our manor. There's a blue circle that appeared right next to our training ground that is treasure hunt number 2. And we're going to go ahead and complete that and then head back over into town. The blue circle will be right over here. Go ahead and get off your horse and interact with it. And the riddle is the old smithy that burned down, so we need to head over that direction. So start following the path to the north here, and it'll wrap around the fence, and we'll make our way northwest to the smithy. And you'll see the circle by the smithy to interact to solve the riddle, and then we're going to head along the north path over to the town. We'll turn in the side quest. We will buy tomorrow's, or the new training, and then we'll go home, we'll clean our horse, and we'll go to bed. We may not be going to bed. I just want to make an option here for you that it may be more conducive to a consistent experience with my walkthrough to stay up and let the game force you to go to sleep. Because if we go to bed right now, we're going to wake up and it's going to be nighttime almost immediately. And we're only going to have a couple minutes to try to do anything, and we'll be in the middle of things when the game forces us to bed. So I'm going to actually recommend that we, instead of going up and going to bed, we just stand around outside for a couple minutes. I know that's not the greatest in terms of efficiency, but I think it'll help the guide be more consistent here. There's the marker to solve the treasure hunt number 2. We don't have to turn that into anyone, so we've just solved it. And now we're going to head back along this north pass all the way east to the town. But what I mean about the consistency is I can't say for certain that the day-night cycle is going to be broken in your game. So if it's not, if you still have, daytime, plenty of daytime in your game, feel free to go straight to bed. But if you're seeing what I'm seeing here, where it's starting to get very red, the sun is setting, that means that more than likely when you go to bed tonight and wake up tomorrow, it's going to be nighttime still. And the game is going to give you like a minute or two before it forces you to go to bed and automatically resets the day-night cycle, which, again, I've pointed out is broken. So, it's going to depend on what you're seeing in your game. If you have plenty of daytime left, feel free to just go to bed. But if your world is starting to look like mine, I think we're just going to sit and stand outside the house until the game forces us to go to sleep. Excuse me, I apologize for that. So go ahead and interact with the guy. This will turn in side quest, the side quest, and that'll be our 7th side quest complete. Now we're going to run down to Frank's shop and buy the new training. You know the drill by now. And now we're going to return home and clean our horse. And again, if the area looks like it's daytime, then feel free to just go to sleep. If you're seeing the long shadows and redness and it's starting to get dark out, um, just let your game sit for a couple minutes. You can read ahead, see what we're going to be doing next, or you can watch the video and see what we're going to be doing next, or whatever you want. But as far as making it a more consistent experience for you following along with me, if your game does look like this, where it's getting dark, I recommend just letting the game force you to go to bed and move you to the next day. And that way, the days in my walkthrough and all that won't be off. And you won't have to worry about backtracking to a previous day and continuing what you were doing and all the information being out of order. Hopefully, anyways. It's like I said, this was a very frustrating walkthrough to make because I usually can just tell you do this, 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 and this, and this will happen. And because of how poorly this game is programmed, too many things keep screwing up, and it frustrates my OCD that I can't give you step-by-step directions for everything. So go ahead and clean your horse. The coolest thing about doing this at night is that the hooves kind of turn blue. That's all I got. Honestly, that might be the highlight of the game for me. Once your horse is clean, again, I'm just going to sit here. It's probably going to take a couple of minutes before it forces us to go to bed, but I don't want it interrupting us while we're going through uh, tomorrow's activities. So I'm just going to let the day-night cycle finish, or the day cycle finish, and send us automatically to bed. It is your call if you want to do that. You can continue working through the walkthrough. Um, and move on to the next day. But if the game forces you to bed, if you do complete the day's activities, you might have to backtrack a bit to do side quests and stuff like that. So um, it will take a couple of minutes, and I'm just going to shut up until it happens. I hate this. I just want to let you all know. I apologize so much for this nonsense. I hate having these inconsistent walkthroughs with information that is all over the place because of glitches and the game not working right. I cannot stress enough how much I hate what is going on right now. Mr. Optimal Achievements and then or optimal path for achievements and then is all over the place. It bothers me. We just hit the 3 hour mark for the recording, so we're probably, while we are only halfway through the days we have left barely have anything in them except for training, really. Um, I would guess we have another hour left. But other than the training, most of what we have left is going to go by fairly quickly. Look at that beautiful sunset. The lake is on fire. This is such a gorgeous game. Look, I'm one of those people that is like, you know, there it is. Okay, finally. Finally, that's what pops up when you get forced to bed. So hit done. You can press A to save the game and then press B and you have gone to sleep. The day-night cycle has reset itself and it's now daytime. We're going to go downstairs and interact with our mailbox. We haven't done that yet, but it's directly in front of the house where the red X on the minimap is. And our rival is trying to get us disqualified, I think. Nope, this is the Tournament Magazine one. My bad. I just spoiled a major plot point later on in the game, and I apologize for that for those of you that were invested. Go ahead and get on your horse, and we're going to ride to the other side of our house here, weirdly enough, and then interact with the red marker, and you will take a picture of your horse. Get back on the horse, and you're going to ride over to Frank's shop in town. This is a very short day. You might have been able to move on to this day and get the objectives done before the game forced you to bed, but I didn't want to take that chance. So go ahead, get off your horse, interact with the red circle in front of Frank's shop, and once the text is done, turn around and there's another red circle to interact with to take his photo automatically. And now we need to return all the way back to our house. Martin's going to be standing right by our training board over there, where he normally is. So again, when you get close, get off your horse, talk to him, and then you'll have to go a few steps behind you to take the picture. Then they take a picture of you, and we need to head back into our house. Not into our horse, into the house. There we go. And there is a table downstairs which supposedly has a laptop on it. I guess. I don't know. Whatever. We finished the day's activities and we are actually all done for the day. Go upstairs and head to bed. The stairs are difficult. There we go. I'm great at riding a horse, but stairs are too much for me to handle. And that should start day 10. We're going to wake up and go downstairs to our horse. We're going to train our horse up to level 10, and then we're going to win our 6th competition. So get the bottom left in the middle tab now. Select it. You'll notice we have 3 paths now. This is where the trainings start to get long and annoying. But again, just get yourself up to speed level 2 and start hopping over everything. This is where getting more than 2 faults will likely keep you from being able to pass. And the other unfortunate thing is every time we finish training over here, we have to run all the way back to the other side to start the next one. But we have to do this 5 times in total to get ourselves up to level 10. And as I said, even one mistake on these now really can make you fail and have to replay the 35-second training again. So it's actually kind of easy to get frustrated. And for those of you that have played poker, go on tilt and screw up a couple of training sessions in a row. But try to keep your cool. There, we're up to level 9, and now we got to do it 3 more times. Not a whole lot to say here. This is just riveting gameplay. Oh, we made our first penalty. We should still be able to pass with 1, but if you get up to 2, it's going to be tight. And with that done, we can head up to complete our next competition. I just had a thought that I wonder if you could actually get through the game only training on the first parkour, and how long it would take you on that first parkour to level up to level 15, which is the level cap. I doubt it would be efficient. Uh, Even if you screw up a couple of times on the later ones, it's probably still better to pay the money and get that, but I don't love this game enough to go through and test that. So, run into the red door, interact with the circle, and we're going to start competition 6. Again, the same thing we've been training on, and we're going to win it. This will pop our 10th achievement. Ooh, we screwed up already. You might still be able to win with 2 penalties, so we're going to give it a shot and see if we can. I don't think we're going to win with 3, though. I think this is a lost cause. What do you mean I didn't win? Okay, we'll try that a little more carefully this time. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Sometimes I think the more you play this game, like your eyes just kind of zone out when you start going these obstacles. And by the time you've spent 3 hours hopping over obstacles, like there, I thought I had actually timed that pretty well, but apparently I didn't. There we go, we got through that time. There's the expert achievement, number 10 of 20 for 50G, getting us to 500 total. And our rival is now very worried about us and is going to try to get us disqualified. We're going to return home to our mailbox. And that will start the 3rd treasure hunt, which we need to go to the beach for. We're not going to buy the next parkour until tomorrow, so don't worry about that. The events of tomorrow take us up into the town, and that's when we'll buy our next parkour. So interact with the blue circle at our mailbox. To get the next treasure hunt, we have to go to the beach. So again, kind of head to the east from where we're at. It's more east-southeast, I suppose, to get to this dirt path that will lead you over to the bridge that you can then take across and head south to the beach. And that's why you shouldn't type in ride a horse, folks, right there. I'm going all over the place because I'm not paying any attention. As you get close, you'll see the yellow circle. Get off your horse to interact with it and complete treasure hunt number 3. That should get you to around my money total there. At the very least, you should be over 15K, as long as you haven't spent any other money. And now we're going to head home and go to bed. I am at. You should probably be at 15,100, but I had to replay the one competition when I glitched and couldn't get off the horse, so I got an extra $50 from that. So we're going to head home and go to bed, and that will start day 11. Again, these days start going by significantly faster. Even the ones where we do train are pretty quick now because we don't have a lot of excess stuff to do. I think we still have 3 side missions, but 2 of them happen together, and one of them doesn't happen until post game. And so, really, all we have left is whatever story stuff happens, which most of it is fairly simple. I think my estimate of us being just over 4 hours is probably going to be pretty close, but we won't know for sure till we're done. So go upstairs, interact with your bed, and go to sleep. When you go downstairs, you're going to have to interact, or wake up, excuse me, you're going to have to interact with your mailbox. And this time, it's about whether you are legally able to compete. So you're going to have a couple of fetch quests this chapter. Go get on your horse, and we're going to ride up to the training grounds to talk to the guy that's normally there. Now we need to run into town and talk to Frank, and then we're going to talk to him again and buy the new training course. For the sake of safety, once we're done talking to Frank and buying the new training course, we're going to go home and clean our horse and then go into the house. Again, it's mostly just a precaution. Tomorrow, we have quite a lot to do, and I don't want to, end up running out of stamina while we're in the middle of nowhere. So, like I said, I'm probably being overly cautious, but I'd rather spend the 30 seconds cleaning than spend 30 seconds being slow on a walk home. Or being unable to jump and needing to jump to get somewhere. So, go ahead and talk to Frank. Now talk to Frank to enter his store and buy the next training parkour. And now we're going to back out and go home and clean our horse. The reason we're cleaning our horse before we go in the house is because the last 2 kind of parts of this mission both occur in the house, and then we just go upstairs and go to bed. So, interact with the cleaning circle, and you know the drill by now. Go through the cleaning minigame. This could be the last time we ever clean our horse, for those of you that paid attention to the story. Spoilers, it's not. Actually, it might be. I don't know if we clean our horse again after this. There's not a whole lot left. We'll probably sneak one more cleaning in, to be honest. Go into the house, and you're going to go upstairs and turn right at the top to find an interact point. Then you're going to go back downstairs to the table, which supposedly has a laptop, and you will send your documents in, and that's the end of the day. We can now go upstairs and go to sleep to move on to, I believe, day 12. When you wake up, you're going to go downstairs and interact with your mailbox. Spoilers, Chapter 12. So now we need to train our horse up to level 12. We're going to have another 5 runs on the new courses, or the new course, excuse me. So go ahead and ride your horse over to the bulletin board, change to the new course you bought, which is the first expert course, and then confirm it, and we need to run it. There was a bit of a learning curve here for me. I don't know why, but the bricks will fail you instantly, but there's also an obstacle that's just 4 diagonal green bars, and that one gave me some trouble my first time. So, this one. I don't know why this one gave me so much trouble, but it did. So, if you hit a brick, you automatically are done. I think you get three penalties for running into the brick walls. And I still, that diagonal green one, I think it's all mental, because I don't think there's really any difference in the interact point, but it gets me every time. But yeah, just touching one of the brick walls gives you 3 penalties, or faults, so be cautious of that. See, I keep hitting that last green one. I think I'm jumping too early. The problem with having a camera behind the horse is you can't tell where the front of the horse is. Yep, still did it. Luckily, you can survive one fault on all of these, basically. Even the final course, I believe you can get away with one fault, as long as you're not slowing down as you're going through. I still hit that Every time. Man, I don't know. And there we go. With our 5 successful runs on the training, we can now head up to the training hall and do a competition. It's really all these trainings that add time. So go ahead, interact with the circle, walk forward, start the competition, and again, just like the training. And apparently I ran into the brick, so... Did I win? Okay, we'll try that again. I can't believe that, but like I said, if you touch the brick, you get 3 penalties, so it's a little unfair. There we go. Competition 7 complete. You can skip through all the messages. I don't know if you get dialogue after or not. Just a little bit, and that's the end of the day's activities. We do have a new side quest, so we have to go south to our house and check the mailbox to kind of get notified about the side quest, and then we can pick up the 2 side quests in town that are connected. One of these has an achievement tied to them, and they're both basically the same quest, even though they're not. They both reference the same thing, so it's kind of silly. It's interesting in a basic way, but it doesn't really work for me, I guess would be the way to put it. So interact with your mailbox. And that kind of lets us know about side missions 8 and 9. So now we need to head into town to pick them up officially. But before we do that, we are going to head to Frank's and buy the next training course. So we'll get that done and out of the way. Then we're going to work on the side quests and head home. We will turn them in the next time we head up into town. We're not going to make the extra run into town just for that. It looks like there's just one blue X, but there's actually 2. Okay, now they're separating. But so again, first we're going to go to Frank's booth and buy the next training course. Now we're going to ride north to Pamela's house and we're going to talk to her son. And that gets us side mission 8. And now we're going to head up to the guy to the northeast and talk to him, and that gets us side mission number 9. Both of these actually send us to the same place, although the one doesn't have a location marker. We need to head all the way back to that hut where we delivered wood to at the north end of the lake. So I'm going to take similar path to how we got to the hut when we were carrying wood. It's probably slightly faster to jump across to the middle island and go down that way, but I'm not worried about the few extra seconds we save there. Put it this way, I'm 3.5 hours into a single take video of one of the legends of the achievement hunting community. I don't want to take any outlandish chances at this point. I'm going to follow the route I have been. You probably could cut across and shave like 10 to 15 seconds off if you really want to do that, but I'm just going to continue along the path that I took before at this point in the video. Unfortunately, taking this path, and I think any path, we're going to run out of stamina, so we're going to just kind of sit and let our stamina rebuild here, and then we'll finish the rest of the way. And we're going to have a lot of interact points at the place. We're going to go to the front of the house, then to the shed, then back into the house, and into the house further, and then back to the shed, and then that basically finishes the quest. But we're not going to head back to town. We're just going to go home and go to bed. Because we'll be returning to town in one of the next days, and we'll turn in the side quests then. So ride down to the front of the house, get off your horse. Get off your high horse. Haha. Interact with the front door, and then run to the right and interact with the shed. Now return into the house. You might have to jump to get up the step. Once you get inside, you'll get a text as you walk in, and then a blue circle will appear. Interact with it to find the bunny. And then you're going to leave the house and go back and interact with the shed. Now return to your horse, and we're just going to head home. So follow the shoreline east like we did. You can either follow the shore all the way around if you want. Or you can jump across the lake. I think it's probably faster to follow the shore around here than it is to swim through the water, so that's what we're going to do. And we're just going to go upstairs and go to bed. When we wake up, we're going to go down, grab our horse. We're going to train on the new training course, 2 runs to get up to level 13. And then we are going to complete competition 8. And actually, I was wrong. I apologize. We're not going into town today, so I don't know if I mentioned specifically that. We're doing it tomorrow, so we're just going to change to our next training course. And we only have to complete this one twice, but this one you really can't speed up at all. You have to stay at level 2, so... And again, this is where the trainings start to get tedious, because one mistake can end up costing you, and then you have to finish the run, and you have to start uh, a new run after. So one mistake can cost you like an entire minute. You see, that took us 38 seconds to do, and if we had failed, having to run back here and start a new run would take probably another 10 seconds. Yeah, it's frustrating. We did have one penalty, but we still managed to win. That makes me think you probably have 45 seconds to complete that one. And once you are level 13, you can head up and compete in competition 8. And again, just complete the competition. There's not really any shame in failing these once or twice. It's quite easy to do so. But just keep trying until you pass. With that done, we only have one competition left. We're going to get on our horse, we're going to go home, and we're going to clean our horse, which should be the final time we do so. And then once we clean our horse, we're going to interact with our mailbox. That was interesting. But it did seem to clean it all the way. Ha! So I found a glitch. That's interesting. Run over to your mailbox, interact with it, and we're done with the day's activities. You may have to press B to back out, and whenever you're done, you can go upstairs and go to sleep. Just make sure that if you cleaned your horse is relatively full-hearted. Uh, I'm not going to redo the entire walkthrough to put that little glitch in that you can just brush your horse and that's fine. I don't know. Not really worth mentioning. I might put it in the written walkthrough as a tip, but I'm not re-recording this. So when you wake up, we're going to go down and get on our horse, and then we need to follow the red X's. For those of you that were paying attention to the story, there was a storm, and coincidentally, the game is forcing us to go riding into the woods. I wonder what could happen. Just follow the red X's on the minimap. The circles are kind of hard to see on the white. So we're going to turn right here, and my horse threw a hissy fit, or a horsey fit, I guess it would be, right? And we're going to continue along the path. Take a right here, and now you're just going to follow this path until you find your rival. You will have to interact with the circle in front of your rival, so slow down once you see them. So talk to your rival, and we're going to have to find healing mushrooms. So just go to the 3 locations and interact. And then you'll have to find 3 more healing herbs, which are over to the north. So interact with those 3. And run, back to your rival, Cordelia or whatever. I thought Cordelia would be a better one, but apparently it's Cornelia. Once you finish talking to her, this will unlock achievement number 11 of 20 for 50G, the right thing, getting you to 550 out of 1,000 total. Let's just double check. I don't have the 24-hour achievement, so my achievements will be one behind you. Now we're going to head back north into town. The final time we have to buy a training course, and that will actually pop us an achievement. For those of you that are paying attention this entire time, I've had a pot of boiled dinner preparing. I'm actually boiling the ham bone. And it's curiously quiet over there, and I'm scared that I'm not going to have dinner after I finish recording this. So hopefully not rip my dinner, but we'll see how this works. This is what I do to make achievement walkthroughs. I forfeit my food for you. I hope you appreciate the sacrifice. So ride up to Frank's shop and get off your horse. Go ahead and interact with the shop and buy your final parkour for $500. That will unlock the Training Crazy achievement, number 12 of 20, for 50G, getting us to 600. Now we're going to head north and talk to the kid over here. And this will turn in side quest number 8 and pop achievement number 13 of 20, Ghost Hunter, getting us 50G and to 650. Now head to the other Blue X and talk to, I think his name is Karsten. This will turn in side quest number 9, getting us 9 of 10 side quests completed, and now we can go home and go to sleep. And that will bring us to day 15, which is the final day, and then we have the post game. So, the training course of level 15 has a time limit of 45 seconds, and you can complete it in like 39. So, if you get one fault, you can still pass the training. But it is the final course of the game, so the timing is the tightest you've faced so far in this very difficult and challenging experience. I will offer a tip about this last training course. There are 2 sets of brick walls right next to each other. The first 2 are closer together than the last 2. So on the first 2 brick walls, I actually spam the jump button after I jump the first one. But I don't do that between the second 2. I give myself a little bit of a pause before I hit jump between the second 2. I mean, you'll see what I mean when we get to the training course, but I wanted to cover it so I can just go straight into the training when we start the next day. So that's the end of day 14, on to day 15. And again, we have to finish this training, this new training we bought, 5 times to get up to level 15. So head on up to the training board, and for the final time, place your new training. Tab over to the final one and place it. Then confirm it. And so you have the first 2 brick walls there are very close together, and you want to spam jump right away. But those second 2 brick walls are a little further apart, and you do have a split second in between before you need to jump. So, again, we're going to get up to speed level 2 right away. And you just want to spam jump. Well, I didn't even press the jump button there, so that was nice. So that's never happened to me before, but I guess the game memorized my inputs or something. That was incredibly rude. I'm thinking you can probably hear when I press the button, but hey, whatever. You mean we didn't win by finishing in 241 seconds? So I never had that happen before, so I apologize if that happens to you, but I was able to spam the jump button without any problems and not be forced to jump again. So now it's given me trouble. So I apologize for that. We're just going to finish this. The timing for me isn't all that important. I just want to get through so I can try again. I never had that problem when we did this. This is my 5th time going through the game, and this is the first time the game has done this to me, so. I My horse just slowed down for some reason. I don't know what's going on here, folks. I was pretty sure I cleared that brick wall, and it told me I didn't, so I don't know. So what I did there is I dropped my speed down to the lowest speed to get between those brick walls. Now you shouldn't have to do that here because these walls are far enough apart, but you might want to drop your speed down on those first two brick walls then. So that is my new solution. We're going to get up to second speed right away here. And as we jump over this first obstacle, hit the left bumper once, and then you can time your jump over the bricks here, and then get back up to the second speed, and you work your way through the rest of the obstacles. I think that's probably the best way to do this. And you shouldn't need to speed down at these brick walls. There's enough room in between them for you to get by, and then you should be good to go. I do recommend when you get to the end here, when you clear that last obstacle, spam the right bumper to get your speed back up. If you do have a penalty, that could be the difference between you finishing with 39.66 and 40 seconds. And if you have the penalty, then you'd be pushed over 45 and fail. So second speed for the first obstacle, hit left bumper, jump over the two brick walls at the slowest speed, then speed yourself back up one level and work your way through the rest of the course. Yeah, that seems to be working out pretty well, so. Yeah, I kind of screwed it up there, but I'm not going to bother editing that out. Like I said, this is one take for me, so we're just going to leave that in. So sue me. Yeah, that seems to be the good play there. It just, for whatever reason, double jumping between those worked for me every time the first time I played this, and now that the pressure's on and I'm recording, it didn't work. So two RBs, jump over the first obstacle, hit left bumper, go over the two brick walls at the slowest speed, and then bump your speed back up one and work your way through the rest of the course. My horse kind of slowed down on me there. I'm not sure why. Hopefully that doesn't kill me. And there we go. With all the training done, we have to go win the final competition. So head up to the training hall. So go ahead and interact with the circle outside the red door to start your final competition. And we just need to do what we were doing before. We're going to get up to 2 levels of our B for that first obstacle, then hit left B once to drop our speed for the 2 brick walls, and then we will continue through the rest of the course. At the second speed, of course. And with that done, you should unlock 2 achievements here. The Businesswoman achievement, which is for earning a total of $25,000. As you can see, we're at $26,750. That's achievement number 14 for 50G, getting us to 700. And you should also unlock the Champion achievement, number 15 for 50G, getting us to 750. Now, those can unlock out of order. I've had the Champion unlock first and then Businesswoman, but both of them should pop there. You are going to have quite a few scenes here compared to the rest of the game, and you'll go to bed automatically. Okay, quite a few wasn't the right term, but... Now we start the post game. We now need to win 15 more competitions, and then we can... I'm kidding, we don't have to. You'll save when you wake up, and what we're going to do first is we need to get on our horse and head to the hut. Not Pizza Hut, although that sounds delicious. I'm going to have to go check on my food soon. We're going to head to the east over this direction. We'll just follow the pond around, or the lake around, excuse me, to head over toward the hut. And inside of the hut over here is our final treasure hunt. The answer to the treasure hunt is the just kind of northwest or west of the building by the waterfall. So we'll be heading that direction after we get this. So go ahead and pop in the building if you can. There we go. Interact with the blue circle to get the final treasure hunt. Get on your horse and head towards the waterfall. You may notice that the day-night cycle is affecting you again. At this point, it doesn't make a whole lot of difference. So just continue following with my directions. If it does send you to bed early before you manage to get everything done, you can just continue where you left off tomorrow, since all we have left is side mission and cleanup stuff. So kind of head straight north. I kind of went northwest, and you don't really want to. And we're going to head back up toward the blacksmith, actually. Cross the bridge that leads to the blacksmith, and then you'll head left to the waterfall. So ride to the back, the north end of the building here, and you're probably going to want to get off your horse. When you get right about here, go ahead and press Y, get off your horse, and keep following the path and turn right to see a little crevice over here where the final treasure hunt is. Interacting with this will unlock the Puzzler achievement, getting you 16 out of 20 for 50G and 800 gamer score total. Now we need to ride all the way to the southeast to the beach. However you want to do that is up to you. You can cut across the islands. You can cut across the middle land to get there. You can go all the way to the city and ride down. Whatever you want to do. I'm going to cut across the middle by our house there. And if we don't have very much left, but if you are concerned, you can clean your horse one more time. You should be fine to complete what we have left here. Because all we have to do now is head down to the beach. We'll find our final side quest down there. And then we're going to head up into town. And everything we have left is in town. So you shouldn't need to clean your horse at this point. But it really depends on where you're at. That's why I tried to parse out the cleaning where I did. The other thing you might have to watch out for, which we should have enough time, which I've already mentioned, is time of day. But again, if it does force you to bed, you can just pick up where we left off. Where you left off, I suppose. And then we will be done with this broken game. I'm going to be honest. I know people will disagree with me, but I find a game like this far more egregious than most of the title update titles. Because at least those work. For the most part. Not all of them do. But I'm sure that can spark some sort of debate, but I've never had that big of a problem with the easier achievement games. Because, everyone has to have an opinion and it has to be heard, so feel free. I mean, I've tried to start a couple of discussions about this, but it always devolves into insults almost immediately. So I don't really bother anymore. I have too many games to play to bother with being insulted for having an opinion that differs from someone else. Approach the shipwreck, and you'll see that pop up, and as you get close, it should stop you with text, and you'll kind of see the blue marker on the minimap. Walk towards it, and a blue circle will appear. If you were paying attention earlier, Rebecca mentioned that she's clumsy, or I can't remember the word, like her mother was. Her mother lost things all the time. And so that's what this side quest is related to. Now that we have that, we're going to head all the way up to the chapel where Rebecca is. I think she's also in her shop. I think she cloned herself at this point in the game. So ride all the way up to the chapel and interact with Rebecca here. That will turn in your final side quest, the 10th one, and will pop you an achievement. And interestingly enough, we're going to then leave Rebecca at the chapel and go to Rebecca's shop, and she'll beat us there. Which is why I think there's probably two of her. Yeah, just over 4 hours. We're probably going to be between 4:10 and 4:15, and when you consider how long-winded I am, that's probably about a 4-hour completion, so the 3 to 5 is a pretty good estimate, I think. And that includes waiting like 4 minutes for the day-night cycle to send us to bed, so that's not too bad. Head into the chapel and get stuck on the memorial there. Hopefully you don't. I'm just going to get on foot and run over and talk to Rebecca. Get through the dialogue to unlock achievement number 17 of 20, the Helper achievement for 50G, getting you to 850 out of 1,000. And now we're going to head south to Rebecca's shop and buy everything we can. We no longer need to hold on to our money, so we can purchase everything. So right bumper through each category and buy whatever you can. You get a lot of this stuff as a reward for going through the game, which is why one of the other reasons why I don't recommend you spend money to start, because you get like the hairstyles and stuff like that just by completing the missions. So you should have to buy 5 t-shirts, 6 vests, and 2 pairs of pants. And then you can check the yellow arrow, but you shouldn't have to move over. That unlocks the Fashionista achievement. Number 18 of 20 for 50G, getting you to 900. Again, you can check the equestrian section, riding section, but you shouldn't have to. So once you're done, press B and back out. And now run over to Frank's shop. First, we're going to interact and hit right bumper. We need to buy as many of these extra stables. I don't know what the term for them is. So buy as many of these as you can. Once your horse shows up, that means you can't buy any more of those. So we're going to go and buy every horse in here. You're going to have to name them for the sakes of achievements. Do whatever you want. And that will pop the Horse Collector achievement, number 19 of 20, for 50G, getting you to 950 out of 1,000. And now you're going to go interact with the yellow arrow. We need to buy all of the bridles. There should be 6 for you to buy. We're going to have to buy all of the saddles, and there should be 7 of those. And then there should be 10 blankets for you to buy. And once you buy the final blanket, that will pop your 20th and final achievement, the Horse Fashion achievement for 50G, getting you to your 1,000. Again, I don't have the 24-hour achievement because I didn't let my console sit for that long. So that was quite the walkthrough. I apologize for some of the inconsistencies and inconveniences that happened with recording a full walkthrough for a game like this, but hopefully it helped you get through your completion. As always, if you have any questions or comments for me, you can reach out to me, and I will do my best to answer them, but if not, I will see you guys next time.